Check, check, check. One, check, check. One, check, 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 check. Hello. Hello. Sorry. What's up, everyone? How's it going? It is Monday, which means time for some streams. It's finally time. Color. We're gonna get into some color. Just a little bit. Very light. Very, very light. Mostly water with a tiny bit of pigment in there. And we are a little early today. Whoops. I would like to perhaps stream for a bit longer. And that, I think, means starting earlier rather than going later. But who knows, we'll see. Could start earlier and go later simultaneously. Didrik, hello, welcome, welcome. It's finally time for colors.
Excellent! Nantro at Hedges drink.
Symmetry. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 5 months. The absolute maximum possible number of months. How's it going with the both of you? Didrik, Symmetry. Hope all is well. Glad to be here. Excellent. Well, we're glad to have you here, Sim. Didrik doing really good. Very nice. Very nice. How about me? I'm all right. I'm doing. That's my usual answer. You know, all right. I exist, so I believe, or I don't even know if I believe, but things are good. Things are good. A relatively lazy weekend as usual. Mostly hanging out at home. Mostly. Did meet up with some friends at some point. Have some dinners and some beverages. Nice time. Oh my God, I have friends. It's true. It's true. There are people insane enough out there in the world to befriend Higesius. let's see, I want to move this up a little bit. And now time for color. You can kind of see over here. Here's our little color palette. And I don't know what I'm gonna do here. I don't. As usual, I have no plan. So we'll see what happens. Move that stuff a bit. What color should things be? Let's start out. Because it doesn't really matter. Just pick something and go. I guess the only plan I had was I want the color to be very muted and subtle. So, as you can see right there, there's not a huge difference between the white paper and the blue pigment. Why I'm doing this with ink, I have no idea. And really, I should just be using watercolor paints. This is watercolor paper, after all. And I do tend to abuse these inks like watercolor paint. There we go. Purdy. Purdy, purdy. You really should, but well, you could also generate all that with a computer, so what does it even matter? Exactly. All this could have been done with a computer, so you know what? Fuck it. That's the spirit. Do it the hard way. Do it the hard way for absolutely no reason at all. Other than to be doing it the hard way. It is kind of funny. I've got the brush that would work well with watercolors. I have the watercolor paper. I have the ink that is waterproof already on the paper. Should we do watercolors? Nah. Too straightforward, too sensible. Oh, a fat spirit. Even have the like watercolor style dual water cup thing going on. The Heejee music is back, yes. The bleeps and bloops, the clicks and clacks, the static. Everything in its right place. That's true. I mean, I like pop music too. I like a lot of musics. Just the weird, glitchy stuff is the most distinctive for me, I would say. What's always been a little funny to me is that, all start streaming art on Twitch, you start becoming familiar with many Twitch art streamers. And, all the ones that I really like their art and such, they all have a tendency to listen to like metal and butt rock. They love butt rock. And I mean, I like metal and I like rock, but some of the last stuff I would choose to put on personally. Me too, but on a Higizia stream, the music I expect to listen to. Alright, I see. I've set a precedent. I've set a dangerous precedent. Always keep people guessing. Don't know much about music, but apparently I listen to folk. Okay, I see. Interesting. But what is folk? Half joking question. I mean, actually, because folk music that could refer to many things. I mean, as a one that comes from the United States, traditionally, folk music means like singer, songwriter, guy, person with a guitar, and not much else. But the folk music of various nations and cultures That can be a very different thing. No idea. It's what I listen to, though. Sim is eating this up. Man to eat. Where do I find my weird music? That's a good question. Lots of ways, I guess. I mean, these days is kind of easy enough to go on YouTube or Spotify, find something you're into, and then just go off on the recommended things and test and see if they're any decent. But in the long ago, when I didn't already have a large repertoire of groups and artists to pull from, some different methods. Back when I was in college or university, it was back when iTunes could share libraries amongst every computer connected on the local network. And I went to music school, so I had access to an entire music school's iTunes libraries, and I would just go through it and listen all the time. Just looking for stuff. Found a lot of interesting things that way. Or I would go on SoulSeek. Actually, SoulSeek's still alive and kicking these days. But way back when, SoulSeek was heavily, it's like a file sharing, peer-to-peer file sharing software. But way back when, it was heavily geared toward like electronic music and IDM, weird stuff that tech nerds would listen to. So I got a lot there. Or if you find an artist you like and then you check out the record label that one of their albums was released on, oftentimes there'll be like a record label compilation or something of various artists and things. So that's a good jumping off point if you like any of the tracks on a compilation album. Discogs, the website, is insanely good for keeping track of all the releases anyone makes. And then you can see who, or there's like people that feature on other songs. You can check out their, branch out to their release discography. It's mostly just patience, time, and listening. I also volunteered at college radio stations for quite some time, and they usually have a massive, massive library. And so you could just check out any weird thing, and you're gonna find some good stuff there. And I definitely never, ever brought my laptop in and spent hours and hours ripping CDs. I would never do that. That wouldn't be proper. Back in those days, there'd be specific people whose libraries I loved. If their username was similar to their real name and they were in my classes, then it was sort of like I was a fan of theirs. Very parasocial. Though also at the same time, at my school that I went to was very, let's say, pop and jazz oriented, with some metal thrown in there. So I didn't really get a whole lot of this current like glitchy IDM style stuff from people, but made friends with the other people that were into the glitchy, crazy stuff eventually. It was basically what I majored in, was glitchy, crazy stuff. Never would have guessed. Oh yeah, and back when, at home we had like everyone still had like 56K modem dial-up speed connections to the internet, and there was this website called Audio Galaxy that was kind of like Napster, but with a decent interface. And they had all the music on the website specifically split up into genres. And I spent lots of time downloading random stuff from the experimental category. And so a lot of stuff came from that. What genre is that? Experimental? I mean, it's one of the most vague genre titles you could probably give something. It spans an insane breadth of types of sounds. But it could go anywhere from just like pure harsh noise to, I don't know, very conventional pop music that happens to have glitchy sounds spread out through it. This is what I wouldn't call this experimental. I would call this IDM, intelligent dance music. It's kind of a stupid name, but it started out as a joke name, actually. It was just a bunch of people making slightly non-conventional electronic music that sort of had a dance beat, sort of. And they jokingly called it intelligent dance music. But then that name's, you know what happens with any joke name is it takes hold and you can never get rid of the joke name. And then it becomes a real thing. And unfortunately, it just made the whole genre sound rather pretentious. When really it's just a bunch of nerds playing around with synthesizers and computers. You love when this happens. Yeah, it is fun when a joke name kind of takes hold and becomes solidified as like the real name. It's just a little unfortunate when it makes the whole crowd seem like pretentious art farts. But, I think no one cares anymore. Usually people just say IDM, not knowing anything what it means. Probably these days they confuse it with EDM. Electronic dance music. You finished the birthday drawing, huh? Pics or it didn't happen. We demand the receipts. I heard the Discord. Boop. Just a second. All right, what do we got here? Am I allowed to put it on the screen? That's the real question. And have it be ingrained in Twitch VOD history? All right, I'm gonna do it. And here, everyone, we have Diedrich's drawing. His birthday drawing of all of the buds. And we have myself up here and Darkest up here on, on the balloon. But nice. I like it. Are all of the people here gathered around the cake also these people up here, or are these different people? I'm guessing they're different people. I like the person planting the flag in this guy's head. And there's always got to be the frog. Gotta have the frog. It's all different people. Okay, okay. Little Darkest. Little Higgiesius. My, I see how it is, Diedrich. All of these little people, they are lesser. Very nice, though. Very nice. Thanks for sharing. People I talked to in class, so knew them for a month. I see. Yeah, are you gonna give them prints of it? Sent it to them, of course. Nice. Very nice. You can hit the print button however you like. Why don't we just make this whole thingy purple? Purple. And what happens if we just splash a little red in there? Nice. And maybe. Don't have a color printer. Yeah, neither do I. for the longest time just didn't even have a printer. But, Germans love their papers. So, bureaucratic papers. So eventually, got a printer. I am the human printer. Meat controlled printing. Hopefully the coloring process goes faster than the drawing all the line. I mean, it should. If painting this with color takes longer than the line part, that's just absurd. Absurd. Oh. Let's do this one. Don't we love absurd? That's true. I feel like there might be multiple types of absurdity though. There's like absurdism, and then there's people saying absurd but meaning ridiculous. Obscene. rather than, absurdism. Yeah. I meant absurdism. This is true. Absurdism, thumbs up. Love doing stuff when it doesn't make any sense. It's true. It is fun. Good old Dadaism, or the theater of the absurd. Not a huge fan of this hard color line right there, but it won't matter that much when the stippling goes on top of it all.
My hands are always ready for some sort of nipples.
Uh-oh. Who's in chat? Who's in chat? I haven't looked up yet to read, but I'm pretty sure I don't need to, especially if a ya comes. Darkest lurk. Welcome, darkest. The dark one. Oh yeah, before you go into super lurk mode, do you want to see the Diedrich's completed drawing of you and only you? So here's the whole thing. He finished it. And then there's a little darkest over here. You and I are on the balloon. We are the decoration. Yeah, it's nice. I always wanted to become a balloon. Well, your dream has become fully realized, Darkest. Well, I guess the true balloon doesn't exist in, physical form yet.
Yeah.
So the theoretical version, the proof of concept is there. Making darkest dreams come true. Nothing's real, actually. Yeah, you've been talking about this drawing you're doing of all the people in your life and all your friends, but really they're just make believe. Splashing in a little bit of watered down gray. Literally just got a message your mic will be here tomorrow. Weren't they supposed to come today, Darkest? Or am I making that up in my head? Didn't you say yesterday they were sitting at the post office? What's wrong with the NL Post? Can't get it from the post office to a house in one day? Only now, long after the post office is closed, you get a message. So you can't call them up angrily. Where's my package? But then the mics will come, and then we have a fully unchained Darkest, free to roam around within like 20 meters of the computer. We're all doomed. If you call them, you get a robot telling you to wait. No real humans to be found on the phone anymore. All just lazy folks there. Yeah, that's true. Unlike in Germany, where there's nothing but people to talk on the phone. Just let me fill out an online form. I don't want to call up some fucking person and have to talk to them. Yeah, we're gonna get the toilet stream. Why is this line so long? Who drew this thing? Very shitty content. Ho! Literally. You get it? You get it. No cat, literally. Just my shit. You gotta install like a bowl cam, toilet bowl cam. It's called the crap cam and it's very serious. It's for only the most serious of content creators, dedicated to their craft, willing to go to the extreme edges of content creation. It's gonna be the next blockbuster hit. Summer blockbuster coming to you, summer 2025. Rated R. Starring Robert Downey Jr. and Chris Pratt. This is Shitcam. Even Christopher Nolan can't make that shit. That's true. But he can turn the dialogue volume really, really low, so you can't hear anything anyone is saying. That's his specialty. And then deafen you with an explosion. What? The movie by Christopher Nolan. That's why everyone in Christopher Nolan films talk like this. This is my Batman voice. I talk like this. Half whisper, half grumble, half half whisper, half grumble, half mumble.
Yeah.
It's like the audio version of Man Bear Pig. Right, what does this look like? Okay. Subtle. It's very light. Which I suppose that was the intention. I guess we're not using watercolors, but when you do use watercolor, we're using ink like watercolors. And when you do this, traditionally you want to work light. You start with your light colors and then you build up to the darker colors. But I don't know if we'll go much darker with this. I wanted it to be washed out color. Oh, whoops. I'm going to have to bring out the pen for just a minute. And thicken this section up just a little bit. And then I have to remember to not put any colored ink there for a while. Of course, that means I'm going to forget that. And we're going to get some blurry, bleeding black ink. Okay. There we go. Mm.
Do you know the water of life?
Chops, where have you been? I've been on for over an hour, Chops. And you're always saying, stream earlier, stream earlier. And on the day I stream earlier, Chops was nowhere to be found. Until almost when I would normally start streaming. No, joke, of course. Actually, I have to. You just woke up randomly, to be honest? What are you, going to sleep at sensible times, Chops? We gotta put an end to this. You need to be going back to sleep at 4 or 5 in the morning. Like a proper human. Bedtime is 4 or 5 a.m. I have to get water though. I'll be right back. Yes, go back on the graveyard shift, absolutely. The water. Chops and Sim reunited. Let's see, where was I? Right over here. Let's take the even tinier brush. There we go. What am I using for the colors? It is just ink, but heavily watered down ink. Let me see. We're doing these 5 colors here. Kind of a gray blue, a little reddy pink, light purple, and this like watered down brown and super watered down black. Normally they looked more like this was the original blue, that's the original purple, this is the original red, pink. And I think this one. No, this one was the brown. I just wanted to do. I wanted the colors to just be super washed out. I really faint. You don't. I mean, you know they're there, but it's like it's not in your face. The way you missed 80% of the piece. I know. Look at that, Chops. You missed the entire lining phase, and that took us like 2 weeks. Took like 2 weeks. I think. Pretty sure. Yeah, I said round. It was the last progress pick in the Discord was round 8, I think. So that'd be 2 weeks of streams. Depresso. Well, you got to get back on the graveyard shift, Chops. Got to get on the graveyard shift. Or you need to, I don't know, move to the Americas or something. Where I'm live at what some would say is a sensible time. Funny because I'm not in the Americas. And for those who may be wondering, yes, this song is supposed to sound like that. It does indeed sound like it is completely deteriorating and falling apart. What happens if I do this? I'm not a fan of that. Oh, whoopsie. Oh well. It'll be fine. Actually, I can probably lift some of that up. Just like magic. Nice. Though it probably would have dried totally fine. It looks darker than it will be once it dries. You would have dabbed a napkin on it and made a smudge. Well, you know, there's plenty of time. Plenty of time for me to smudge something. And it will happen. Though actually, the last piece, the stippling one, I didn't smudge anything. That was surprising. Never thought of doing what I just did. Keep that in mind. Yeah, there's no need to go get a napkin or a sponge or something. If what you're dealing with is relatively water heavy, super liquidy, the brush will absorb it. Just make sure it's clean first. And relatively dry. I actually have the napkin over here for drying the brush. Or paper towel, whatever. Color. Which color? I've been making these large areas blue, so let's just stick with that. That's we were glitching out with that. That was like the spirit of late 90s, early 2000s glitch hop. IDM. Wonderful. Just wonderful. Are you gonna do stippling over the colors too? That is the plan. So we'll probably be looking at this piece for quite a while. So the color should go relatively quick in comparison to the other parts. Drawing all the lines and doing all the stippling, that'll take the longest. So what's up with you, Chops? What's up with you? What have you been doing? I should have asked that when you first entered the stream. Oops. One of the reasons you sleep early is because of your eyes. Multiple scratches in your right eye because of being dry. Advise not to stay up super late and to decrease screen time. Interesting. I mean, I know it's not great for one's eyes to, one, be staring at screens for extended periods of time, and two, not good to be staring at a screen also in a dark, like a super bright screen in a dark room. Even worse. But how would that lead to scratches though? That's interesting. Always wake up with it being super red. I don't believe it, Chomps. I think that this is daywalker propaganda. This is anti-nighttime propaganda. It's fake. It's not real. It's all lies. No. But yeah, staring at screens in a illuminated screens in a dark room, definitely not great. And staring at screens, staring at anything a fixed distance away for extended periods of time is generally not great. Worse if it illuminates light or emanates light. Vash! So me sitting here for hours and hours just staring at a paper going tick, 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 tick. Not the greatest. You need to take breaks.
We have done a lot of stippling actually for an art stream.
You have to take breaks and focus on something like a long distance away. Well said, Darkest. Darkest, patting Darkest on the back. We have actually done a lot of stippling today for an art stream. I mean, I would also assume that with how little any art person on Twitch, with how little they stipple, just doing any stippling is probably a lot of stippling for an art stream. Any tiny amount of it. You're already in the 90th percentile of top 90% of stippling. Because the universal comment is always, oh, I hate stippling. I could never have the patience. I don't have the patience for it. There's still so many people telling me, like, we did this on school as practice, but I hated it. And then hear me and Heiji doing only the dots. we're gonna compensate for how little people are stippling by just excessively stippling. Stippling to excess. Of course, we are now entering the third week on this piece, and there is not a dot to be found. But they are coming. Brace yourselves, for they are coming. Brace yourselves, stippling is coming.
I have cursed you and Darkus with the stipple virus. There is no way to get rid of it. Well, actually, there is. Hedgie needs to stop playing this horrible thing he calls music only, then the curse will be broken.
Oh, darkest.
Yeah.
Such a narrow worldview of music in your head. Should I put on some butt rock? Why don't you play real music like guitars, man? Like you need guitars for music, bro. Where's the guitars?
Do you know the water of life?
Chops, how dare you go to sleep? How dare you? Don't leave me with Darkest. No one should ever let anyone be left.
My hands are always ready for some sort of nipples.
You see, this is exactly why. This is exactly why you can't let anyone be alone with Darkest. He's gonna tell you to play real music. He's gonna talk about fondling balls and nipples. It's gonna be pure chaos. I would be scared, not gonna lie. And that's when we enter that.
Causing chaos.
Silence. I assume that album finished. Up next, we got some butt rock from the 90s, everyone.
Those noises we just heard was of Hegesias, sleeping last night and snoring.
You might remember this one from. This is Rammstein's classic, Du hast.
Du hast mich. Du hast.
Why don't people play good music anymore, like from 1999 to 2003? That's where the height of music happened.
Yes.
When my nostalgia froze. This is the boomerization of, contemporary times. Hey, Spice Girls, straight fire. Dropping bangers left and right. Wanna be, to become one, and so on and so on. See, the other problem is if I were to play
You madman?
things that normies or basic bitches would call music, I would probably play it at a slower speed and then they'd still be angry. I told you to play real music, but don't play it like that. Do find it funny, Darkest will be shitting on this type of music, and then he'll go put on some Dutch fucking gabber, which just uses all the exact same sounds. Just a tempo change and distortion. Nah. That's what DJ Darkfist does. System of a Down or Corn. You know, Corn loves bleepy bloopy sounds. There's bleepy bloopies galore all over Corn. Messed up dissonance. They're actually quite experimental for a straight ahead conventional, I'm gonna say it, pop band. They're a pop band. What is music, Darkest? It's kind of like saying art has to be, still life paintings of fruit and flowers on tables. Music has to have some angsty old man yelling about his teenage days. But what's a beginning and what's an ending? And if you don't speak a language, does that mean the language does not exist? Or isn't a real language? I don't know what you mean. I literally don't know what you mean. How does a duration mean that it has a beginning and an ending? That makes zero sense. So it's 5.5 minutes? There's no beginning and ending anymore? I mean, this song right here is 4 minutes and 23 seconds long. Does that have a beginning and an ending? It's okay. It's okay to be a basic bitch. It's okay, people. If you are a basic bitch, it's okay. But you shouldn't get cocky about it. Darkest, if you read that sentence, a radio song is what I meant. Can you guess what my next question, what my next line of questioning is going to be? I bet you can. I always have questions because no one is making sense or being logically consistent. What is a radio song? That would be one of them. Or what if someone makes a song in the style of a radio song, but it doesn't get played on the radio? Also, I have played this song on the radio before. Is this now a radio song? All the stuff he listened to on my stream, there's a good chance I have played it on an actual radio station before. Uh-oh. Linecraftry has entered. Hello, hello. Darkest is here trying to draw a arbitrary line between what is real music and not real music. And it coincidentally aligns with things that he likes. Actually, Darkest, if we scroll up a little bit, but at least they make music. So you have been implying that this is not music. And then you went on about, for me, music needs to blah, blah, blah. And if it doesn't meet those specifications, according to you, it is not music. Your rebuttal. But Linecraftry, what's up with you? How are you doing? What are you doing? Hello, darkest, my old friend. Sorry, darkest. Just one of the easiest ways to set me off is for someone to start saying things like real music, actual music, real art, actual art. That's an easy way to set me off. Get me going. When really they mean traditionally popular stuff. Or things that I am comfortable with. You got some flu for the past week? Have energy just to stare in one spot? Yeah, I was sick as well recently. It wasn't that bad last week, but the week before I was pretty sick. It wasn't fun. No, Darkest won't like Sun because it's more than 5 minute long songs. And there's not a traditional beginning and end. I am a fan of Sun. Sun is good. Talking about your personal flavors and prefs. All right, all right. And just let me tell you, Darkest, this is arguably the highly accessible side of what I could be playing. We could get actually weird if we really wanted to. And then you might even be challenging if this do be music. I could play some stuff that would definitely challenge this do be music. God dang kids these days can't focus. Can't focus anymore. Yeah, you might not. Actually, if that's the case, I doubt you would like Sun. The most drony of doom metal. I had been thinking about playing Sun for a while. Oh wait, whoops. There we go. Sun on the birthday stream party. Somehow I doubt DJ Darkfist is gonna be playing Sun. But Darkest, they play like one chord every 2 minutes or something. That's super fast. It's really moving. You know, it's actually kind of funny how, I've come across ADD, ADHD people who need music that's constantly moving and changing, but I've met an equal amount that really love drawn out, repetitive, drony stuff. Interesting how the preferences can manifest differently. Which one? Which one are you linking? Ah, the Stargate. I see. So yeah, it's only 20 and a half minutes. That's it. Not safe for streaming. Bing, bing, bing. Does this one have timestamps? No. My favorite song is always Cursed Realms of the Winter Demons. Why don't we get experimental here? We're gonna keep this running. And we're gonna bring this in. Son playing with this is really funny to me. There was a good chunk of time when I was DJing on the radio where Cursed Realms of the Winter Demons was my air brake music. So now every time I hear that Sun song, my brain is programmed to want to do radio air brake. KBS 90.3 FM, Berkeley, California. I'm Encephalus. You're listening to Frizzletronics and Plutterphonics. I do like Sun. When did I see them? I saw them play a long time ago. In Boston. I think they were on tour for the Black One album. I think. Which, that was crazy. Just gigantic wall of amplifiers. That were actually functioning. You know, at rock and metal concerts, if you see a wall of amplifiers, most of them are fake. Or not in use at all. Most of the time, not all the time. Oops. I have moved to the bottom part. As usual, I have a tendency to jump around and not move camera view. Love the soft colors. Yeah, I wanted it to be washed out. And I think it has succeeded. Yes, the stippling shall come after the color. There will be stipples. And there will be random adjustments like this that probably don't need to happen, but I feel the need to happen. I'll be right back. Alrighty. I'm back. It's almost slightly difficult for me to see the colors on this zoomed out view. Which I guess that's what I wanted. Wanted it to barely be there. Mm. WB. Welcome. Welcome back. Mm. Show me art 22. Hello, hello. Here's some art. Have I shown you? Have I shown you art? Welcome in, though. How you doing? We're working on whatever this abstracty mess of lines is. Currently coloring it in with some really washed out ink. I don't know about masterpiece. I don't know about that. That's something reserved for other people to decide about it. Not the person working on it. Doing well, taking a break from my piece and found your channel. Nice, nice. Do you also stream art or just working on it, you know, without bringing cameras and chat into everything? For me it is. All right then, thank you, thank you. Both, nice, nice. Would you care to share anything? Show us? You don't have to, of course, but you know, we're open to such things. You already knew. You knew I was spying on your Twitch profile. No VODs. Terrible. Terrible. Nah, not really. That's totally fine and understandable to have no VODs.
Stippling.
Oh no, we have another stippler in the chat. More stipplers. If Linecrafter's still around, then that's we're up to 4 stipplers all in the chat. Maybe Outlaw 13 will pop up and we'll have 5. Yeah, show me art. I tend to also be in the stipple crew.
Darkest famous line. Stip, 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 stip.
Stip, 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 stip. I see you've made your way into the Discord. Excellent. Ooh. Hoo-hoo. And not only do you stipple, but you stipple real things. I'm showing it. Check this out, people. Check this out, people. Show me art, just drop this in the Discord. Yeah, what are real things? Look at those. Look at those stipples there. Very nice. Very nice. I like it. I like it. Some We've found a stippler on Twitch that does representational art. Very nice. Instead of the crazy ones. Here's... Ooh, thank you for the follow. Here's the last piece I did on stream. Getting into the tedious stippling realm. I'm heavily in the abstract land myself. This was a fun one. Turned out kind of all right, I think. Me likey. Thank you, thank you. This one, yeah, I did a good portion of it with a brush, actually. And then smoothed it out and I did the base with a brush and then used a technical pen for emphasizing the contrast and kind of smoothing everything out a bit. I like that boat piece you're working on. That's cool. And now we have here the anti-stipple. Only lines. No, but once I'm finished with the coloring things in, then I'm going to stipple all over it for some shading. Lines. I don't have a command for lines. Only stippling, Darkest. We shall pretend there is only stippling.
Stippling?
I wanna hear the stip. I suppose I'm the one that has the power to do that. Otherwise, gotta wait for cooldown. And then rolling the random dice, which stippling soundbite gets triggered. Recently incorporating lines with the stippling pieces, which makes it not so washed out. Nice. Yeah, it's always interesting how when you just exclusively stippling, it gives it that hazy feeling. Which, I like. Presumably all of us stipplers here in chat enjoy that. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't do it. But yeah, incorporating like solid line or shape areas can certainly add a whole new element to the stippling result. Also stipple with all mediums. Very nice. Very nice. Show me art. Let's see, Kofi Coffee. Ko-Fi. Very nice, very nice. Coffee. Yeah, I assume that that's the intended. Well, I don't know if that's the intended pronunciation, but I know that it's a reference to, hey, buy me a coffee. I'm looking at this cat right now. Is that all? That's all dots, yeah. Very nice. And that's nice there. Stipples, stipples, stipples. Awesome stuff. Oops. I always have a tendency to do that. Flip back to my Twitch dashboard tab. Coffee, Ko-fi, Ko-fi. Coffee. But yeah, me, I tend to be ink. I work with ink most of the time. So I've been probably going to do some paintings soon. I've got a backlog of paintings I've been wanting to work on. Whoops, I'm doing it again. Not working where the camera is focused. How the hell did you decide to intertwine each of those designs in and out of that piece? Seriously interested exactly how you do that. Yeah, I mean, that's a valid question. I think the answer is I don't know, but basically, I just kind of improvise. I think I've just done enough of these line things over the years that doing more intertwined stuff just becomes a little second nature, but it's all just made up. I just don't really have anything in my head going on when I'm doing it. I just, I'll make a line, I'll make another line, evaluate, draw another line that might compositionally make sense with. It's just like responding to what I just did most of the time. And then as I'm going along, sometimes I'll just leave a little gap in some of the lines to come back to later in case I want something going through it. Or, maybe in an area like this, clearly I did this line, this line, this line, this line, and then I drew this one. And then I went back and made 3 more. So it's just a lot of, leaving little gaps just in case, or a mixture of drawing some lines, working in a different direction, and then going back to the original one. And it's just kind of iteratively doing this over and over again. What kind of electrodes are running through your brain? What are you using or drinking? Because I want to take that kind of trip. Oh yeah, Darkest likes that I don't use rulers. But yeah, I freehand all these lines too. Yeah, I don't know. One day, I think I've said this a few times on streams before. It's just a long, long time ago in class when I would get bored, I would just do just repetitive doodle things with the intention of just filling up the entire paper. And then I think this just slowly morphed its way into having some sort of compositional consideration. You and Darkus are now my idols. Well, thank you. Thank you. But yeah, these are some pretty the intertwined stuff can get complex sometimes. I usually just go straight with the ink too. There's no pencil involved usually. But if I know that I want to really do crazy intertwined, like braided stuff, I'll use pencil in that case. Like let me get an example. I always hate on Instagram that you can't right click and open image in new tab. So let me see, that one I did. Did I do this one in pencil? Yeah, I think I did this one in pencil too. Just a minute. Just a minute. Computer's being a little slow. Or Firefox being a little slow. So, for example, this one. This one I did in pencil first. Because some of the intertwined stuff would just be too crazy to do. Well, I guess I could have pulled it off, but yeah. And also, I think I did this one with pencil initially. Pretty sure, anyway. I've just been tased with that piece. Yeah, this is the visualization of the feeling of being electrocuted. But yeah. I know what I'm about to say is probably going to be a little funny, but I don't like to use pencil first because I'm impatient and just want to get to the ink part first.
Yes.
Which is a bit absurd because then everything else is incredibly tedious to do. I also don't like, sometimes it's a little risky depending on the ink you're using. Trying to erase the pencil marks after you've put the ink down. Definitely have to do some tests first to make sure you can really use an eraser over the top of the ink. I've definitely ruined some pieces by erasing over the top of them. Which is a bummer. Though they were probably just in sketchbooks, though, so not super important. I'm not selling them yet. I have been very, very slowly putting a print shop together. Which honestly, it is largely done. I probably could just open it. There's some annoying tax things I have to work out, though. I don't fully understand the German taxes. Well, it really is just some annoying ass forms and shit I have to fill out for Germany. But they will be sold soon. There will be prints will happen. What are the average hours per piece? Depends. I would say, well, it depends if it's an A4 or what size. Often I'm A4 to A3 somewhere, or this is a little in between. But it'll probably be anywhere from like 24 to 60. Probably 24 to 60 hours. The more stippling there is, the longer. I guess Berlin would be a great place for art as well to hang it there, like in a restaurant or office. Yeah. They do seem to appreciate weird things a bit more over here, I think. That's how it went for you two with your abstracts back in the day. Yeah. Mainly, I probably just have to go and finally put myself out there. But God, I hate that. I hate promotion. I hate self-promotion. I hate marketing. It's a curse. But, unfortunately, it's and I can't really imagine artists. It's like, you know what? I actually love that aspect of making art. I just really love going out, getting rejected over and over again at at galleries and businesses. It's a great time. I love it. You get to meet some wonderful people. It's like, no, I just want to stay inside and make these art things, and then they're magically hanging somewhere. Oh, dang. Alan, what up? Lurking for the homies. Appreciate it. Very appreciated. It takes so much time. Indeed, it does. And Darkest, you've been working on that massive one for a long time. I know how that goes. When I get back to town next week, I want to buy from you that valued round picture you have. I'm colorblind, so I do not know how to tell if it's color, but I love it. Which the one that's like super curvy braided, or the one that's more angular braided? Let me see. The curvy, like super crazy one. This one. Prints will be available of this. Okay, cool. That one confirmed. Confirmation. What was I? I wasn't reading everything. Colorblind, don't know how to tell if it's color. There is color in it. There's like 4 colors. There's like a red, a blue, kind of a burgundy purple kind of thing, and yellow. I guess so, sort of primary colors plus purple. I told myself to only promote myself and start working on that area when I have my own apartment, because it gives me a lot of rest in the brain to really make and put out there how I see it. Yeah, definitely. Started that piece first week of June, but how it goes at the moment might be done in the next 2 weeks. Oh, very nice. Going to work on it in a moment. Still playing a game as we speak. Cool. Wow, that's great. 80% colorblind and have to use an app to do my work or see other people's art. So, and when you're saying colorblind, you are like literally referring to seeing monochrome? Because I know there's a bunch of different types of color blindness. Like I never remember the exact names. Protanopia, protanomaly, deuteranomaly, tritanopia, tritanomaly. So are we talking about like actual monochromacy? Or achromatopsia? Sure, yeah. So in a way where you really don't see the colors, that's intense. That's crazy. There has to be a lot of things that are kind of a nightmare to deal with, since there's a lot of like signage and information and warnings that communicate like levels of severity exclusively through color. That's kind of crazy. Like red light, green light, stop, go. My favorite colors are white and black. Hey, I can see colors just fine. In fact, pretty decently, I think. But my favorite colors are black and white as well. Grayscale all the way. Black, blacker than black. None more black. But yeah, a lot of the stuff I've made is just black and white, grayscale, mostly full black and white. In recent years, I've been trying to add color more often, at least. It's like I slowly work my way up to it. You know, with black and white, there's already so many options. Infinite options already. Then you just add grayscale, like the gradients between black and white. Now you've got even more infinite variations. Now you start adding color in the mix, and it's... the options have just exploded way more than I want to be dealing with. Right on, brother. We're now genetically brothers. Indeed. The darkness. None more black. Let's see. Then this has to be a very boring stage of my process for you, because all I'm doing is coloring in this whole thing. We'll get to the
We've
dots.
done a lot of stippling actually for an art stream.
That's a lie, Darkus. We've done none. We've done none stippling. If you want to hear some wonderful... If you want to hear some wonderful Darkest quotes, you just have to type !Darkest. And you can be Darkest. Not at all right. I wonder how long it's going to take to color this whole thing. Probably probably 4 streams. Been so interested in Darkest work, and your stuff has inspired me to expand. Awesome, that's super nice. All stolen from Darkest stream without permission.
And let's do a little bit of a ball check on you guys as well. I want to see your balls.
Expand your world. If you want some more expansion, I can also recommend checking out Linecraftry. Another part of our Stipple crew on Twitch. He also makes super cool stuff. changes his name to Show Me Balls 69. Yeah, you should become exclusively a marbles streamer. Hegias? Yeah, if you do the Hegesias command, see now that is a lot of sound bites with no permission. Actually, not true. Ketchup John Mustard and Kel's art have given permission. But I didn't ask for that permission. They just gave it. The Hey Jesus is my favorite one. Yeah, that. I think that one was Kel's art. Hey Jesus. Where I live now, there are no men here that have balls. It gets so cold that they all just drop off during the winter months. Sounds like I like that. I love the cold. I love the cold. Though I'm sure there's a place or many places I could experience that would show me the limits of how much I like cold. 40 below cold. Oh, okay, yeah. Celsius or Fahrenheit? Actually, isn't it around that point, minus 40 or so, where Celsius and Fahrenheit are exactly the same? Yeah, it is. Minus 40. Minus 40 Celsius is exactly minus 40 Fahrenheit. Yeah, that cold, I'm sure I don't really want to be having to be outside during it. Though, as the Norwegians say, there is no bad weather, only bad clothing. It sucks having to grow another peepee again. It'll be on like part of a David Attenborough documentary. You see here. Spring is emerging once again here in the frozen tundra of blah blah blah, insert place here. All the human men are slowly regrowing their reproductive organs. A hole will do for that. It flows past the legs, nice and warm, so they don't freeze either. Yeah, there are certainly inconvenient aspects of an external object. See how the reproductive organs are struck by light again, and once again sprung to its youthful season of a renewed life of invigorating pulse. Just as a flower blooms in the warmth of the spring sun, so too does the male genitalia. Whoops, I made a little streakies there. There it is, there's the smudge. Every piece must have a smudge. No, I'll hide that later. Since I'm actually going to color in the background for once. I never do that. I need to learn how to do backgrounds. Beyond the... just fill it in with all black. Not that I don't like the all black background. The all black background, quite nice. But if you do an all black background on this, where there's like shadow lines and areas, those just disappear. And I don't want that to happen. BRB gonna grab a PP blanket. Alrighty, alrighty. Yeah, I think if we continue at this coloring pace, three to four streams. Or really, I should just work on it more off stream or do longer stream. But come on, who's gonna do that? I'm probably not working in view of the camera. Yep. All the way to the bottom. How much will that piece I want cost, my good sir? Like, you want the actual original one? Or you want a print? I don't know if I'm selling the original one, honestly. A print would probably be like 40 bucks, depending on what size you want. The actual piece is, I think, 20 centimeters by 20 centimeters. The original? I have no idea. I haven't even thought about that. Probably should start thinking about that kind of thing. Hey, Omni Digital Tech. Hello. Thank you for the bits. What's up? Welcome in. Welcome in. We're just talking about how I have no idea what to charge for an original piece. But a print would probably be 40 to 60 or something. If you want a really nice print. Original. How long did that one even take me? I don't remember. It would be at least 500. Yeah, that one did take forever. Well, that's perhaps the price that it should maybe be, but if I wanted to actually sell it, I'd probably have to drop that, definitely. You know, this could be a problem for me as an artist. I'm a selfish artist and I want to see the original on my own wall. What about a 2 foot by 2 foot print? Can it be blown up that big? I probably could. Um, 20 centimeters is 7.8 inches. So I need to blow it up 3 times the size. I think that could be doable, actually. Yeah. The price of that I would have to check at the place that I get prints at. Which I'm not logged in right there right now. I think it could be blown up that big. Maybe. I might need to get a higher quality scan of it. No, let me see. 20 centimeters. You typically want at least 300 DPI for 1x size. Wait. So 60 centimeters by 60 centimeters is 2 feet by 2 feet. I can scan at 1200 DPI. Scan it at 1200 DPI. If I blow it up to 40 by 40 centimeters, that's 600. Actually, yeah. In theory, this should be completely manageable. 2 feet by 2 feet. Could actually probably go a little bigger than 2 feet. What's 80? What's 80 centimeters? Yeah. The biggest I could currently go without quality going to complete shit would be like 2.5 feet by 2.5 feet. You can do it later. Yeah. Just got me thinking about it. It's like, how big can I actually print that thing out? Now that I think about it, I have printed a different one of a similar size, up to 50 centimeters. And that's almost, and it looks totally fine. Could go even bigger. So yeah, that should be doable. I'll figure out the details and then get back to you. Damn 50? I don't know exactly what that question means. I was mumbling to myself about a similar actually, let me see. Yeah, 50 centimeters. So let me see. This one that I showed you earlier, that's probably about the same size as this one, the one you want. And I have printed this one out 50 centimeters by 50 centimeters. And it looks good. So to get to 2 feet, so 60 centimeters, just about, should be totally doable. I just don't know how much the print itself would cost. That I'll have to check. And maybe I'll do a test print too. I can keep one. I'll do a test print and keep it. Oh yeah, yeah. No. We're not gonna be gouging. Doing a streamer collection of streamers found nice. I would like to do something similar as well. That'd be fun. Oh, whoops, I'm not zoomed in. Enhance. But yeah, I mean, there are two places, two services I use for prints. And one does really beautiful prints. And as you might expect, to make really beautiful prints, it comes at a slightly higher price. But there's also another place that does really good, decent prints. Like you can definitely hang that stuff nicely. And it's cheaper. So you know, we'll have some options. Some options will be available. Show me art maybe needs to win a lottery to buy from everyone. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, especially with Darkest. He's doesn't even do the prints. You gotta buy an original from Darkest. At least at the moment. That's my understanding. I have my retirement. I'm good. Hmm. Which color? Which color? Darkest, get ready to showcase. Take us on a studio tour. With all the works ready to purchase. Send nudes. Oops. Yo, I'll be right back. Just a minute. All right, we're back. And while I was getting some water, I also went to find a test print of this one. This is like the actual, this is the actual size of the piece. 20 centimeters by 20 centimeters. And I should have a scan that can go to quadruple the size. So anywhere between 80 centimeters and which is that in inches? So 80 centimeters. 2 feet is 60 centimeters. 80 centimeters is like 31 inches. So like 2.5 feet. Which is big. Actually, that's huge. This is just big, like 1 meter by 1 meter. Actually, no, this is less than that. But it's approaching. So in freedom units, I guess it's almost a yard. And 20 centimeters is like 8 or 9 inches or something. 7.8. So anywhere from 8 inches to 31 inches. That's the available range. Oh, what is that in inches? Wait, maybe I was misreading your comment. What is that in inches right now, as in this very thing in front of me? That is 7.8 inches. It's rather small. $7.87 inches. Yeah, one inch is just about 2.5. It's like 2.54. Of course, it has to be some slightly fucked up number to make things really annoying. 2.54 centimeters is 1 inch. That piece is 20 centimeters. Darkest is confusing the waters here. That piece is 20 centimeters, which is equal to just under 8 inches. That circle one's pretty smooth. It's on like a small wood panel. The original's on a wood panel. Which is kind of cool. Dark is trying to compromise my PP size. It's because Darkest is always
Creating chaos.
Yeah.
yeah.
My hands are always ready for some sort of nipples.
Darkest always making the darkest creep face. You know, I've been thinking about streaming some games. Not instead of the art streams, but in addition to the art streams. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I won't. Because I do enjoy me some video games. And this is Twitch. We'll see. We'll see.
And let's do a little bit of a ball check on you guys as well. I want to see your balls.
That's our darkest. I know it was said with just such enthusiasm, such vigor. That pop on the B ball. Oh, how sweet, Darkest. So sweet.
Yes.
Yes, love you too, Darkest. Oh. No, it's all good, Darkest, of course.
PG.
Oh, hey, G. I haven't seen that person go live in a long time, now that I think about it. Phase area. I feel like I checked recently-ish and didn't seem like she had been live. What's her name? Phase area. It's is that it? Twitchy Twitch. Yeah, it is. Ah, that's because I spelled it wrong. Pretty sure that's it. Yeah, last recent broadcast from last month. She kind of does a mishmash of stuff. I think mostly she plays piano and guitar and stuff, but does covers of songs, but sometimes she does art as well, and sometimes she looks at stuff under a microscope. Microscopy. Microscopy. Those are actually kind of weirdly entertaining. Everyone always talking about peepees. It's all you have left after the situation I walked away from last month. But it reminds me of all the pee talk reminds me of whoops. So quiet. You are a gem of light, bro. Hmm. Life situations, I see. Fun times, fun times. Yes. I can only assume and infer information at the moment, but it can definitely be good to walk away from situations. Some situations are not salvageable
Yeah.
or sustainable. Gave up on stippling for now. Terrible. Spraining your back yesterday doesn't allow you to do much today. Oof. Oof. Yeah, that. Never a fun thing to happen. You know what's really fun? When you sprain your back. When you pull a back muscle. Super great. Have a great time. It shows I become 36 on Friday. Yes, the body does like to break down over time. All I do is doorknobs now. It's like Beavis and Butthead. Knobs. You said knobs. I wish doorknobs had nipples.
Words are not wording today, guys.
I mean, some of them kind of do. The ones that have the little lock mechanism inside the doorknob. Why is it so hard to find a picture of this doorknob? Right, let's see. See if I get it.
Imagine not crying when people like you.
That was a bit of a different one. All right, I can manually find. Let's see. Twitchy sound bites. Darkest. Quote unquote. Darkest. 2024. You just have to put exclamation point and then the correct word. So like if you do exclamation point darkest, there's a folder with like 12 or so darkest sound bites and it'll trigger a random one. Or exclamation point Higesias. There's like 90 instances of streamers trying to say Higesias.
We are all ball lovers.
Oh yeah, and the other thing should work now. There's commands, and that should give you the commands. But those are only the chat-related commands.
It's stippling.
There's also exclamation point sounds. And that will create a wall of text with all the sound bites. It's back, Darkest. It works. It would be, and I should, and I will. Should have done that a long time ago. I'll have to make sure it's the very last thing on the about page. I don't want people having to scroll through like 100 commands.
They just screech in pain.
I can't read that crap. I just screech in pain. Unfortunately, at the moment, you have to do it only the command by itself. I can switch it so that you have to start the text with it. But then you can type whatever after. I'll probably switch that then. But I am the commander.
Yeah.
I was using a different software that did better string matching, but I switched to a different one, and its built-in string matching leaves much to be desired. But it is nicer in many other ways. When I first switched, we were running into problems because there's a Hegesius and a Hegi command. And if you type Hegesius, it also contains Hegi.
PG.
So it would trigger both simultaneously. So I flipped it to just exact string matching. And that fixed that. For Hegi and Hegesius, I'll have to leave it on exact. But for the other ones, I could set it so the line just has to start with the command. And then you can put whatever after it.
Wow.
Wow. Imagine having stuff that works. Never.
Wow. Whoa!
Cause I'm the champion.
Cause I'm the champion by myself. All by myself. The Macho Man, Randy Savage.
Fuck you!
Whoa!
Oh no, that camera froze. That camera likes to do that every now and then. Deactivate. Activate. Oy. Okay, everybody. I think I'm gonna call it an end to the stream. Who should we raid into? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah! Yeah!
Okay.
You son of a bitch, don't you leave.
I want to speak to a grown-up. All grown-ups are pirates.
I gotta leave. I gotta leave. I'll be back tomorrow. Don't you worry. I go Monday through Thursday, typically. Assuming the internet is functioning. Back to work, peasant, for my pleasure. Hmm. I mean, let's see. I know the last time I raided someone, it was Linecraftry, but I feel like doing it again because Linecraftry just went live. And you gotta keep it in the stipple crew.
Yes.
I mean, You don't have to. It's actually very nice to raid random people you don't know, too. And haven't raided into, but... Today, we are going to invade Linecraftry. Another great artist. So, as usual, everyone, thanks for hanging out and stopping by. Thanks for being here. Welcome to the new folks. Show me art. I'll be back tomorrow. I hope to see y'all again. Your 55 entry for 12 hours was my excuse. I don't have one. There is no excuse. I mean, should I be doing 12-hour streams? Yes, it's true. I should. But alas, it is midnight. Yeah, nice to meet you as well. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Hope to see y'all again. And bye-bye. Say, I don't know, say whatever to Linecraftry.